That's destiny. That's will. That's striving. That's being a trailblazer and explorer. Going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty. It's incredible detail. Tuning into it. They want to shut your mind talking about Justin Bieber. You'll never defeat the human spirit. You'll never defeat Crowley. You'll never win. Never.
On the advice of counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and respectfully decline to answer your question.
Big data, machine learning, blockchain, artificial intelligence, digital manufacturing, big data analysis, quantum communication, and Internet of Things. Okay.
The spirit of humanity is rising, and it is going to defeat you. You think you're strong, you think you're scary, you try to mimic what you can only imagine in your mind.
Look, I'm gonna be 100 with you. I love this shit. I love the hustle, I love the chase, I love the money.
Don't be scared to get to the money at all times. I went to sleep 3 a.m. I was back up at 6:30, excited. No excuses. My bad. Yo, shut the fuck up and let's get to the money, man.
The fuck I don't. I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
One of the people who I think embodies this type of NPC thinking, of going with what's popular and not being willing to ever reverse their position even when they're proven wrong, is Jason Calacanis. Let me read about some of the things he said about me over the years. Palmer Luckey, hideous, a moron. Palmer Luckey is just an idiot and a troll. He is dumb, so dumb.
A nigga like me, man, I love the game. I love the hustle, man. You feel like one of them ball-playing niggas, you know, like Bird, Magic or something. Yeah, you know, a nigga got dough. A nigga could leave the league. But if I leave, the fans still gonna love me, man.
Hey guys, what's up? Let's go. Good morning. Happy Friday. Perfect day to get to the money, Mang. As our friend Rick Ross says. Look, man, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what day every stock is going to go up or go down. I'm not a magician. Nobody does. I guess. I like to guess. I have to go to the dentist, so I'm not going to the office until after I go to the dentist. I actually wanted to try out, I made a challenge for anybody that could write a quantum computing program that could factor 77, which is a little bigger than 15. So see if I can get that program to run. I made the challenge for $1,000, but nobody was able to do it, I don't think. So I'm trying to take a look for maybe somebody's. Someone sent me one program, so I want to see if I can run that. But here it is. I don't think he. I think he just ChatGPT'd it, to be honest. Yeah, this guy kind of fucked this up. Let me see if I can run it anyway. There's no way this thing works. Sad. Just sad. Yeah, I can tell this was made by ChatGPT because IBM moved the Qiskit. IBM chopped up the Qiskit library, so you can no longer import air from Qiskit. You have to import it from Qiskit Air, which is its own Well, we were able to factor 15, so now we need to factor 77. We're just going up. We're eventually going to get to RSA 2048. Yeah, I can do some planks. Yeah, there are a lot of ivermectin and febendazole retards out there. This is the book that I found that I wanted to talk about, and I totally forgot the title of it. It's been running in my mind for months. So this is the book. If you want to learn more about drugs, this is Hallelujah Moments. Tales of Drug Discovery. This is it. we can look into AVXL. Now that quantum's kind of dead, we can look into AVXL and SLS today, since those are two kind of binary-ish events. I don't think AVXL is going to be a binary event, but we can look at those. Connor, write the code. Let me know. You might find something surprising. Big data. Yeah, there's some issues with Qiskit. The new Qiskit split is pretty ugly. Oh shit, IonQ just took a dump. It took a little rigetti. Took a quick rigetti. Dump it. Yeah, every time I have to go to the bathroom, I say I'm taking a rigetti. Is that gross? Good jobs data means higher interest rates. Just so for anybody who missed it, IonQ wrote like this desperate press release. Yeah, so it's really kind of a desperate move there. I'm just navigating this MIT library real quick. Big data. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to go from 40 million in revenue to $1 billion in revenue, I don't have to say anything. I wouldn't. I'd just put up quarter after quarter after quarter, because you better have increasing revenue growth pretty quickly if you're gonna do that. Shit. That's a lot of revenue growth. 40 mil to $1 billion? Shit, I would say nothing. I'd be like this. Every time a hater said something, I just post my quarterly results. Another one. Another one. Try and navigate this Oxford thing. I was invited to drop a hockey puck in the Oxford-Cambridge hockey game. I'm really happy my academic credentials are finally being recognized. Okay, I think I found it. Oh, this fucking... Something's wrong with this. I think it's maybe just that. Lame. So MIT, my MIT thing is down, LibGen is down. I don't want to forget that, so I want you guys to remember that. Hallelujah moments. I guess I could just order it on Amazon. I feel like I liked having the PDF. I think I'm just going to try to write it out. I mean, I'm always trying to trade because I have these... I have these complex positions with the synthetic puts, so I'm always trying to capture a little delta volatility, you know. Okay, I added it to my Amazon. It's a lot better, I think. So, you know, the problem with trying to chase vol and stuff like that is that it is a very double-edged sword. You know, you may or may not make money doing it. So you're relying on trading skills, in which case I don't even have, to, you know, flip it and flip the script. But D-Wave is a good short. Like, there's not like, so I don't know how necessarily every single quantum stock will behave, but the thing about D-Wave is worthless. And like QUBT is just a straight scam. It's like some of these are just good shorts regardless. You know, whereas like IonQ and Rigetti are a little bit like, okay, these stocks have momentum, they're very...
Order fill.
You're on dog's bin.
I have a lot more followers now. Big data.
Order
Thank you,
partially
thank you
filled.
guys who've been supporting me for a long time. I appreciate it.
Order filled.
Yeah, I do think Bitcoin's going to drop to 85 or 80 at some point.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Don't be afraid to get to the money, man. Ah, my back hurts. I love that. Meanwhile, you know Rick Ross is like sleeping until noon, eating chicken wings on his fucking at midnight. Although I admit that I ate some ice cream at midnight last night, or 2 a.m., 2 or 3 a.m. Honeywell has Quantinium. All right, let's look at some stocks. Random number generator wants me to look at Takeda. Although I think people want me to sort of look at every big pharma and see if any of them are cheap. I don't know. Oh, we were looking at Novo as well. Look at this LAES. This thing's got to go to 0 again, right? 42. Wow, this was 42 cents. Damn. Damn. The hell is this stock anyway? What do these guys do?
Order filled.
What the hell is this? LAES. SEALSQ. Oh, these guys are a scam. These guys are a whole scam. Semiconductors and quantum security solutions. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Why you lying for? It's some like foreign company, right? Switzerland. They got warrants and shit for financing. That's all the high quality companies do. They give out warrants. Oh, they regained compliance with NASDAQ's minimum bid requirement. Oh, that's good. That's good shit right there. Spamming the sell button because their stock went up. Spam that shit.
God. Okay, let's see here. So net sales are down 75%. That's great. It's a good start. Got no cash. Got a lot of debt. Let's see, 22 million shares outstanding. Is that right? Is there a ratio for this? It's a pretty small market cap, if that's true. Ah, yes, market cap's tiny. There's no point in shorting this. If that's the right market cap. It says 600 million market cap, so I think maybe there's a share ratio adjustment or something. Or did they do a reverse split or something? I don't know. Let's see. It's a semiconductor company, theoretically. I mean, I guess one can just say, at the end of the day, no matter what, the stock should just go back to where it was. Okay, there's this, looks like they did a bunch of financings. It's really not clear how many shares outstanding they have left, or how many they have now. Yeah, I try not to take positions in companies that I don't even know what the company even does. That's probably, I mean, but still, like the tertiary shorts, like LAES, still could be very attractive. It's just,
Order partially filled.
I can try.
Order partially filled.
Try to make a model for
Order
it.
filled.
Why not? It's just such a mind-numbing exercise. Okay. They raised at 130. They raised at 190. So these are warrants that are being issued. Okay, here we go. 98 million shares outstanding. Okay, this I can short. 600 million market cap. That's the more like it. These guys, like, so these guys are, yeah, it's hard to say if like the guys that like pretend to be quantum are better than the guys that are quantum. Like sometimes you actually, they really don't make a difference. It really doesn't matter, which is pretty funny. Yeah, total debt 18 million. That sounds about right. F will be riveting, I'm sure. These guys have everything. Internet of Things. Semiconductors, when placed on an object, can securely link the object to NFTs. Homie, what? How fast can I short this shit? You have NFTs in your fucking annual report. The fuck? These guys are cyber, apparently. Oh, they do electrical vehicle charging. All right. Nice. Whatever it is that's hot right now, we do it. Oh, shit. They have their own crypto. SEALcoin.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Come on, man. This fake ass revenue coming from? Where does fake ass revenue coming from? This has to be a fraud, right? This is called LAS, L-E-A-S. Internet of Things. These guys are just late on their buzzwords. But their first half 24 revenues were really bad. They were like 4 million or something. So their revenues plummeted. See, this is what makes it unbelievable. They ran this whole company on a few $1 million of expenses. No publicly traded company can run on $9 million of expenses. That's just fucking stupid. I guarantee you these guys could go to jail for whatever it is they're doing here. Like, you could just tell off the rip. Oh, that's 2021. Okay. Yeah, give me that money, man. Give me that fucking money. I'm bullying these companies, bro. Straight bullying them. RISC-V quantum resistant secure platform. Who are these clowns? This guy is the founder. WiseKey International Holding is a recognized UN expert in cybersecurity and trust models for ILO, author, internet pioneer, and founder. The fuck? He's on the WEF board, member of the New York Forum. What most influential persons in Switzerland? What is this shit? Keynote speaker, co-author of the Transhuman Code, How to Program Your Future. What the fuck? Who's this clown? No, that's not him. Director of Vibes. Okay, this guy's on Twitter. Let's go. Oh, this is a picture of a bull and a seal, because their company's called Seals, killing a bear. Man. People are crazy. People are legitimately crazy. Yeah. Internet's crazy place, man. These are just crazy people. $15 till open, boys. Who's ready for action? Ready for action. Outcast. We never relax. You. Which video? What do you want? What video? This is the clip.
Like I said, I'm not 100, I'm not 200, I'm 5,000%.
Andrew, you are not the five.
Ready for action, living in the world, we never relaxing. Outcast, everlasting, not flashing, not at all. But see, my
This guy choreographed.
acting,
This guy choreographed the whole fucking sequence stuff. Yeah, we gotta pepify that. That's just how a brother moves. Nah, that's just how a brother move. Yeah, you got this whole backflip. I like my quantum position. I have enough short to be happy if it crashes. I have enough capital to be happy if it goes up. We about to double up. Which American cities got the hottest women? Okay. New York, LA, San Diego. Don't at me. Miami. Those are the four. Those four corners as well. Kind of skewed a little bit, but don't sleep on San Francisco women. It's a small city and there are not that many women relative to men. But the women they do have are great. So on the West Coast, San Fran, LA, San Diego. Skip over everything else, go to the East Coast, New York, Miami. You could stop by like some, I don't know, I think I'd leave it at that. I do not want to talk to Tiffany Fung. I blocked her, not the other way around. I mean, listen, there are beautiful women everywhere. Everywhere there's women, they're beautiful. Period, the end. You want yourself like a 10 out of 10? You go to an Alabama sorority party or an Ole Miss sorority party. You get a good woman. you might got to turn them from a prostitute into a housewife, but these are some good women. Good looking women, at least.
Thought rehab. Roll Tide. The girl's drinking like 5 shots. Roll Tide. She don't know who she slept with today. Okay, so yeah, I want to short this LAES because it looks like a fake company, to be honest. SEALSQ. Semiconductors plus quantum, but we used to be NFTs as well. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Ooh, that is not good, man. What happened to the sales? What happened? I mean, this is bizarre. Were the sales fake to begin with, possibly? It's the only explanation for this kind of decline. That's a big-ass decline. I don't need a formula to tell me that. That's 67%. How the hell you decline 67%? Cash on hand. Whenever the company has less cash on hand than I personally do, I look at them like, dog, you tripping, bro. What the fuck you doing, bro? Out here pretending to be a fucking company. Get the fuck out of here, man. You gotta have a bigger fucking balance sheet than Nibbles. And what self-respecting company has a line item that says government assistance? Fuck, this welfare dog? What are you doing? Government assistance? You get welfare check, homie? You got food stamps? You want a food stamps? Oh, this is even better. You guys are a semiconductor manufacturing company. You got $3 million total of property, plant, and equipment. What the fuck you manufacturing, dog? We got a $3 million fab. And Switzerland doesn't have any fucking semiconductors. We know how to make chocolate. We know how to make money. And we know how to make drugs. That's Switzerland. I fuck heavy. I fuck with Switzerland heavy, though. Nice ass watches, that's a fact. No, I fuck with Switzerland. I'm a huge fan.
These guys went from 6 months ago, had 22 million shares outstanding. Okay. 22 million. They now have 99 million. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. 2 quarters. You got 5x the shares outstanding? Come on, bro. I mean, you give out enough warrants, you'll get somebody to buy the shit. This is a baggie maker right here. This is gonna make some baggies. Oof. This is the baggie teacher. These guys were incorporated in 2022. This is shady, bro. This has to be a fraud. Oh, fuck, what are they doing? Incorporated in 2022. Maybe it was an acquisition or something. Markets secure semiconductors worldwide as a fabless manufacturer. Okay. These are the customers. Okay. International computer and hardware manufacturer. It's not explaining what the fuck the product is. Oh, they got a parent called SEALSQ. I forgot about that. Okay. Their parent is publicly traded. Ah, yes. There's a stock called SEALSQ. WKEY. And these guys have a... What the fuck? This is like layers of fraud. Okay. Here's some revenue. Okay, the group generates revenue from sales of semiconductor secure chips and from digital certificates, software service, software licensing, and support for cybersecurity applications. Okay. Matter protocol, what? Matter protocol. That sounds gay. Oh. Okay, interesting. That sounds like a real thing. Okay, secure microcontrollers. The fuck? At one point in time? What the fuck does that mean? I've looked at thousands, maybe even millions of financial reports in my life. I've never seen this in my life. At one point in time? The fuck? Yeah, what? The fuck that mean? One point in time.
And they're off. Okay, let's see here. Where are my IonQ 30 calls? Where you at? Let's get trading popped off here. Let's get this shit popping.
Order filled.
Okay, 30 calls are out of the money. Don't you love trading Friday? Friday expiry? I mean, every week's expiry now. Look at Rigetti. Oof. This shit is a dog. A fucking dog right here.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I gotta short more of this Lay's. Lay's potato chips, baby. At least these other guys are trying to do something quantum related. These guys are semiconductor. They sell IoT, little shitty IoT chips. They see the quantum movement. They say, me too, me too. Me too, dog.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Notice that QBTS is still up.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm gonna tap that ass too.
Order filled.
What the hell's going on here? Why are they all crashing? All crashing like crazy. Mama, what I do? This is a Steve Urkel moment. A lot of people say Jensen is the one who took down the semi-stocks, but I beg to differ. When I saw
Order
that shit,
partially filled.
I had the Steve Urkel.
Order filled.
Did I do that? That was one of my favorite shows growing up. Shout out to my dad.
Order filled.
Rest in peace. I know you're watching me right now. Slaying these baggies. My dad was a kind man. Sometimes, at least. He'd be like, Martin, why are you taking all their money? Martin.
Order filled.
Martin, why you have to do this? Why are you taking their money like this? Come on, Martin. Dad, I have to do it. Okay, Martin, then take it.
Order partially filled.
Okay, Martin.
Order
Take
filled.
their money then. If you say so. Take all of it. It's fine. My dad was very proud.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm shorting QUBT.
Order partially filled.
I'm shorting...
Order filled.
Ooh, QSI. Short more Lays. Lays is up. Yo, give me that.
Order partially filled.
Give me that money baggie.
Order filled.
Give me that hard-earned money.
Order partially filled.
Need that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Fucking Swiss baggies.
Order filled. Order filled.
Ah, I love it. It's really
Order
funny when
partially
you
filled.
get something like IonQ and
Order
Rigetti.
filled.
Okay, they went up a ton. Then some random baggie who thinks he's smart is like, I
Order
know,
filled.
LAES is the new one. This is elite. And like, only the worst baggies will follow him. They'll be like, yeah. And it's like the greatest bag holders. Like, it's like superhero bag holders. When our baggy powers combine.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
No, it's serious because, like, it's one thing to be long IonQ or Rigetti and be like, all right, I'm bullish on quantum. These guys are quantum players, kind of, sort of, not really, but okay.
Order
And it's
filled.
like, it takes a special kind of baggy to be like, I'm going to come up with my own better quantum computing stock. And you're just faking it. Like, really, shit has nothing to do with quantum computing, and you know it. You're just praying. Why you lying, man? You fucking lying.
Order filled. Order filled.
I actually went on stock twits, and they weren't as stupid as I
Order
thought.
partially filled.
I'm looking for the world's best baggies,
Order
like
filled.
Baggies Gone Wild. You know, and they went around trying to find the girls Gone Wild.
Order partially filled.
I need Baggies Gone
Order
Wild.
filled.
Some are on stock twits, but like Baggies Gone Wild. The wildest bag holders. Woo! Yeah, I'm gonna full port everything into this thing. Call out of the money calls. Woo! Wow. That baggie's crazy. I just bought 3 random stocks home with me, and I don't even know what they do. Damn, this baggie's wild.
Order filled.
I let this random person into my Robinhood account. I don't even know who they are. Man, Baggy, you do it like that? Nah, I don't want to learn. I want to gamble. Let's go to stake.com, man. Gamble normally. This message brought to you by Stake.
Proud to be an American. Well, at least I know referee. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp.
Sometimes I try to build these stocks back up just to bring them back down. Don't judge me. Don't fucking judge me, bro. I gotta put food on the table.
Order filled. Order filled.
The pie bagger. Hey, baggies, I got a good one for you. I'll feed them misinformation.
Order filled.
Hey, baggies, I got a good one.
Order filled.
What's that?
Order
New
filled.
stock?
Order filled.
Yeah, Martin, give us a good one.
Okay.
Order filled.
QBTS, the ticker's short for qubits. It's a quantum computing company. Quantum is like AI and NVIDIA, but bigger. That's the one thing NVIDIA's scared of is quantum. It's true. $3.7 trillion company is scared of these 4 stocks. I know they may look small, but secretly, they're the biggest companies in the world. They're just going to be big one day. And you're going to be as rich as Jensen.
Order filled.
Diabolical. Jensen's going to be begging you for stock. Please let me have your stock. Please. Please let me have some stock. And you're going to say, no, Jensen. Sorry.
Order filled.
Peasant. I think that's what people do, is they appeal to the emotional, like, FOMO part of the brokie's brain. You know, there's Broca's area. Oh my God, this is great. Oh man, I'm about to kill it.
Order filled.
It's Broca's area. Okay.
Order filled.
Okay, hold on. I got this. Meanwhile, these stocks are not even sure what's happening right now.
Order partially filled.
Can please unhalt, Lays,
Order filled.
so I may pound it from behind.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, so here's Broca's area, and I'm just going to point out this is Brokey's area.
Order filled.
Fucked it up. I gotta point to a different area. Anything else I'm missing?
Order partially filled.
Free money on Lay's.
Order filled.
Lay's chips.
Order partially filled.
Free
Order
money.
filled.
Yo, they're handing out free money, y'all.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
The money, y'all. Let's pull people around with your broke ass.
Order cancelled.
With your broke ass.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Are there options on this dog shit? No way they trade options on this dog shit. This should be illegal. This shit should be illegal.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially 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 filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 partially filled. Order filled.
I'm short LAES. I'd like to get to 100,000 shares, at least.
But maybe, hopefully more than that. I'm short 40,000 shares right now. I mean, this is a dog shit company. This will be a dollar soon. Maybe less. You know what's funny is a lot of these CEOs, all they have to do is they say, Shkreli, what would you do? What would you do?
Order partially filled.
The smartest CEOs ask me
Order
that.
filled.
I'm like, okay. You don't
Order
want to be a
partially
baggie no
filled.
more. You know the old song, I don't want to be a player no
Order
more.
filled.
I'm not a player, but I crush a lot.
Order filled.
Step 1.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Do not mention NFTs under any circumstance.
Order filled.
Ever!
Order partially filled.
Oh, I like
Order filled.
NFTs. Bored apes are pretty. They're really good artwork.
Order
I
filled.
appreciate the art. Oh, Baggy, you'll never learn.
Order filled.
Yeah, we'll do longs too. We'll do longs. We were long Meta. We were long Nvidia. We were long Tarsus. We make money on longs, dog.
Order partially filled.
But
Order
you know,
filled.
sometimes markets got to crash. Instead of being the victim, I'd rather be the perpetrator. Feel me? I'm trying to be no victim. I want the mask on when the market crashes. Like, who did this? I'm sitting there with the mask on with the gun like this. Pew, pew.
Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I'm trading such a small amount of size, but I'm fucking moving these fucking stupid stocks.
Order filled.
This is all market makers and a couple of fucking retards trading options.
Order
I
filled.
think everyone's taking their ball and going home. The volume's dropping.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially 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 filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
A lot of money to be made just off this volatility if you're a good trader. It's mostly mean reversion with a little
Order partially filled.
directional twist.
Order filled.
Basically, just stay short, grow your short when the stock goes up. Shrink it when it goes down, but don't shrink it too much. It's the strat. That's the elite strat right now.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
All right, halfway there on Lay's.
Order partially filled.
49,000, nope, 50,200
filled.
shares. What's next? QBTS is up? Shit. I'm gonna see you, don't worry. I gotta get to more on that one too.
Order filled.
VKTX is just a fucking shitty stock, man. It's never gonna fucking go up.
Order partially filled.
It's a bit, you know,
Order
we're entering a
partially
bear
filled.
market. Prepare for every stock to be down every day for 3 years. That's what a bear market looks like. Every day, all red, every fucking
Order
day.
partially filled.
That's what a bear market looks like. Can you handle that? You got the capital to handle that? Yeah, defensive stocks will
You'll break even
Order
on
partially
defensive
filled.
stocks. Back in the day, the 2000
Order
bear
filled.
market, the average stock was down 95%. The blue chips were down 70%. Blue chip tech stocks, and like Microsoft. And consumer and pharma, stuff like that was down between like 30 to 50%. And the best longs were like flat. That's over 3 years. That's a quantum observation. If you don't observe your P&L going down, did it even happen? The problem when you do buybacks is if you
Order
do, let's say you're
partially
Microsoft stock was at 70,
Order filled.
okay? You're doing
Order
buybacks,
partially
your
filled.
stock goes to 50. They do more buybacks, your stock
Order
goes to
filled.
30. And your stock stays 30 for 10 years. Buybacks, eventually they'll pay off, but you got some, you just got to have some longs that are defensive against a bear market or that match your factors one way or the other. It depends on how bearish and how much beta you want. If you want beta, you can find it. You don't need me for that. If you want alpha, it's different. But these little shitty stocks like Lay's and Qubits and like D-Wave and these guys can't raise capital if there's a bear market. They'll go broke.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I'm short 250,000 IonQ. In case anybody is keeping track.
Order filled. Order filled.
I am short
Order partially filled. Order filled.
136,000 Rigetti stock. 136,000 shares. Shares. $247,605.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
To me,
Order filled.
these are easier than Sava.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Kind of shooting fish in a barrel. It's got to be a little
Order
patient.
filled.
Not everything's going to happen today or tomorrow, you know. Just be patient. If you rig your portfolio so that
Order
it all
filled.
has to go down today, it probably won't go down today. But if you rig your portfolio that you make that bet every day, it'll eventually go down. All right, I'm short 100,000 shares of QBTS.
Order filled.
$106.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
How about
Order partially filled.
QUBT, that one's a flaming turd.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 filled. Order filled.
Unbelievable back and forth action on these stocks. It's like a trader's wet dream.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, shall we look at some stocks? So secure microcontrollers. What is a secure microcontroller? You know, again, best thing to do in some situations like this is give me an overview of microcontrollers. In the meantime, does anybody want to see something on Sora? All right, Michael Saylor standing on the edge of a cliff. They have intersegment revenue.
Oh shit. Let's go. 32. I love it.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Sorry guys, just moving around. A lot of capital.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially 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 filled. Order 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 filled.
If anyone wants to play the video game Rust with us this weekend,
Order filled.
make sure you join our Discord.
Order partially filled.
It should work discord.gg/Martin Shkreli. No newcomers, only Rust pros.
Order filled.
Only the professionals. I don't play with any fucking scrubs. I also prefer if you've been in the military, if you've been in the Marines, Army, Air Force. That's a strong preference for me. It's also a paid job. You do a good job, you will be rewarded with a bonus. You fuck up, there's consequences IRL. Yeah. IRL. Serious consequences. Sorry. Oh, you think this shit's a game? It's not a
Order
fucking game.
partially filled. Order filled.
It's not a fucking game.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order 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 filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, let's look at some companies.
This gotta be a joke.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Yeesh, it's falling.
Yeah, this is like a trader's dream, as I said.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I love these logos. Just put the NIST logo up.
Order filled. Order filled.
Oh shit, this shit's falling fast.
Order filled. Order filled.
Damn.
Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
I should eat something. Sorry guys, just trying to focus on this portfolio. I'd rather be talking to you, but it's expiry day.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Trying to figure out who makes this chip, and I guess who fabricates it, and then how it compares to other. Yeah, Darren knows. And how it compares to other IoT chips. Yeah, I just wonder if they're off-the-shelf chips, Alex. Anybody else a chip expert? Oh, okay, I should ask George Hotz. I don't want to waste George's time. I know what RISC-V is. I don't think ChatGPT is going to help us on this one, even though I love ChatGPT. You try to forecast future earnings if they don't have earnings now. Every company's different. The man who saved AMD.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, IonQ. I got something for you. Yeah,
Order
I mean,
filled.
they're selling something to somebody. They're booking revenue. So I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck what the fuck is it?
Order filled.
And how'd they make it? What is it? Why would anyone buy it? All that kind of stuff.
Order filled.
The basics. They don't have a fab. They say they're fabless, so it's not produced by them. We know that. And they kind of make it look like this is a brand new thing, but they had revenue for years. You can't. A future projection isn't necessarily fraud. A future projection just is unlikely to occur. I could project that I'm going to marry Sydney Sweeney. I'm just projecting wrong. It's not an FPGA. Oh, it's definitely not an FPGA. It's a microcontroller. It's 80
Order filled.
80 megahertz. RISC-V.
Call these guys and place an order. Can't find this shit anywhere. I want to know what the fuck they were selling 2 years ago. You know what? Maybe I could use the Wayback Machine. catch these guys in some lies real quick.
Pausing IonQ short. I doubled my short today. The fuck? Why would you put words in my mouth? The fuck is wrong with you?
Something's rendering here. I don't know much about Carvana. I mean, I'm not a used car expert. You're bullish on IonQ? You like the stock? You know nobody works there, right? Yes, I could take a look at the annual report from back then. But this company is like just so scammy, they don't explain anything. That was going to be my next step, actually. Who's Tom Lee? I don't even know who that is. Tom Lee? What's Funstar? I don't know what that is. Bro, I'm a big shot, all right? I know Citadel, Millennium, Point72, D. Shaw, Renaissance, Jane Street. These are my peoples. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Funstrat. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know who that is. I have no fucking idea who that is. Let me show you the guys I follow. I have this on my, and this is on my GitHub. Okay? This is the shit I care about. All right? The big shots. These are the real people on Wall Street. You understand me? Don't fucking bring me all these garbage. I've never watched CNBC. I haven't turned on CNBC in 15 years. Fucking CNBC. What are you retards? Berkshire Hathaway, I think you may have heard of this one. Millennium, Citadel, Jane Street, Marshall Wace, AQR, Rentec, SIG, more quants, Cube, 2 Sigma, my co-founders from 2 Sigma, my mentor works here, TCI, Man Group, Stevie the Goat, Viking, I'm a Tiger Cub, Co2 Tiger Global, all 3 Tiger Cubs. I'm a Tiger Grand Cub. Bridgewater, my ex worked here. Like, these are the real fucking deals on Wall Street. Don't bring me to fucking nonsense. This is ranked by AUM. You understand? This is the assets in billions, many, many billions. Oh, fucking Fundstrat retards. Waste my fucking time. Steve Cohen buys IonQ. I'll cover my short. Okay, so SEALSQ Corp is the parent company of WiseKey Semiconductors, but it's a wholly owned subsidiary of WiseKey International Holding. So in case that's not clear, WiseKey International owns SEALSQ, which owns WiseKey Semi. Hope that's clear. Who's the sub of who?
You can get it on my GitHub, Josh. You can download the whole file on my github.com/Martin Shkreli. I'm gonna grab some food.
Let's go, kitty.
By the way, like, I'm almost certain what these guys do is they buy CPUs, they flash the firmware, they put their new software on it and resell it. I'm like 90% sure. I'm pretty bared up, man. Like they try to say that they're making semiconductors, but I don't think they are. Okay, here's their old product.
Oh, I should ask these people. You want me to ask these people? Shall we live stream this? Hold on, let me recharge my phone and we'll call these people up, bro.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Lena Caddy. Katie Murphy is not available to take.
Someone pick up the fucking phone. Okay, we got a price. $333. This whole thing is fake. Starter kit. Starter kit. Yeah, that's all right.
know if Carvana's a scam or not. All I know is that used car market was very, very hot once upon a time. It was I think WKEY is, it should trade. I'm not sure that it's actually, we might have a problem with our price, so I'm not sure it's up. It does say up 50% on my screen as well.
Order filled.
On interactive, but I'm not, I guess maybe, because it looks like it's not up, but it's also extremely illiquid, so it might have had like one trade somewhere. Oh no, I see now. It is up. Oh shit, it is up. Yeah, that's weird. Well, they own a big chunk of LAES. So it should be trading like, I mean, I don't know. I think they only own 20% of it. I don't know. It's just Bagonomics here. Simple Bagonomics.
Order partially filled. Order filled. 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 Order filled.
I'm just shorting. This has been a interesting P&L day. It's not too crazy. It's just funny that INQ is up at all, you know? Yeah, QMCO is fucking disaster. It's just hard to short this stock. It's so
Order partially
such a shitty
filled.
small cap.
Order filled.
But QMCO is fucking tape drives.
Order partially
It's
filled.
nothing to do with.
Order partially filled.
Thanks.
Order filled.
Thanks for reminding me. I just doubled my position. A
Order
small
partially
position.
filled. Order filled.
Somebody wants to buy it at 29. That's make
Order partially filled.
yourselves at home.
Order filled.
I'm short 4,000 shares now. Add it to the list. That one and QSI. I'm short around $15 million of quantum stocks.
Autofilled.
It doesn't say anything about his... What the fuck? Okay, there's a university there. WiseKey has been around for 20-something years. Jesus Christ. Okay, education, it says he was a professor. Where did he actually go to college? The Transhuman Code Manifesto. This guy for real? Okay, there's an interview. Let's watch this shit.
Attention
Semiconductors and security. At the intersection of those things is SEALSQ. Joining me is Carlos Moreira, founder and CEO of SEALSQ. So Carlos, it's been a busy week for you. Your shares went live on the NASDAQ on Wednesday. You rang the opening bell today. Shares up, what, call it 6.5% right now. So congratulations and welcome.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with you here.
Wait. This looks like CNBC or something, but it's not. What the hell is this? This is like a fake CNBC? Did they set this up themselves?
So we were teasing this interview by talking about post-quantum microprocessors, and I'll admit that's already a little bit above my head. So in simple terms, tell me what you do at SEALSQ.
So quantum is coming. We are about 3 to 4 years to have quantum computers. And once they arrive, this amazing computing capability will break every existing crypto, right? So you have to prepare microchips to be quantum ready. Means that you have already programmed the semiconductor in a way that once you have the quantum computer, the semiconductor will be able to defend the attack. Everything else will be available to be compromised. So imagine the consequences, right? Algorithms like RSA, like triple DES, all of them will be compromised once you have quantum computers arriving. And some of them obviously will be in the hands of the wrong people. So we need to defend the IoT environment. We are connecting 7 trillion chips as we move forward in connecting everything to the internet. If you don't have the security on those chips, quantum computer will be able to break. So it's essential that in order to protect the infrastructure, you develop this type of next generation microchip. This is what we do in SEALSQ.
All right, so tell us the benefits of SEALSQ in terms of securing this space.
So imagine that you are connecting things in your house, you are connecting IoT devices, your thermostat, your smart fridge. those devices without microchips security will be available to be hacked. And it's just enough that you have one of those devices which is unsecure.
that shit anyway.
Then
What, are you kidding me?
a hacker will find
You
it
don't need
and will
quantum hack
compromise
your
the
shit.
rest of the infrastructure, whether it's in your house, whether it's in an airport, whether it's in a medical facility, in a hospital. So the consequences are very serious because the penetration possibilities on unsecure infrastructure is very, very high. Now, the market is not yet there. I mean, we are only connecting few things like mobile phones and few things, but there is about, as I mentioned before, trillions of objects that needs to be connected, and the security, embedding security at the chip level is essential. Many of the objects that connect do not even have chips. Semiconductors provided by SEALSQ are now connecting drones, security in drones, security in satellites, security in connected car, security in routers, security on medical implants, devices, all of them, without that security, have the possibility of being compromised.
All right, I have to ask you about AI because, of course, that is the hot topic du jour of every day, it
You guys
seems.
do AI too?
So how much of a growth driver is AI for you at SEALSQ?
So we do use AI, but maybe in a different way than normally people have been exposed to AI, because for us AI is a transversal thing rather than being a silo, right? In our technology, we need to use AI in order to prevent a cyber attack happening in a specific device. So all the analytics, all the data that we collect, and we collect exabytes of data, are then processed by AI algorithm we use as a way to define predictability analysis. Where is this object is going to be at risk, whether you need maintenance on the object, whether the object is going to be shutting down because electrical failure. So all that predictability analysis is done by AI algorithm. In the United States, we are looking at AI as a separate thing, but AI is everywhere. The reason why we are now talking about AI and not 10 years ago, 5 years ago, is because now we have data. We have huge amount of data that we are able to collect, analyze, and use AI to analyze this data. AI will be augmented and will become much even more powerful once we will have quantum capabilities, because the quantum computers have unlimited quantum power, right? But that means that you will be able to process very complex AI algorithm processing capability, for instance, to find the new cancer drug or finding solutions for environmental disasters. So this is the good news, is that technology is converging. You have now blockchain, AI, quantum, IoT, cybersecurity converging between themselves like rivers into a lake. And there's the most efficient way to use AI, when you have those other integration coming into your company, like this is the case with SEALSQ.
Okay, so let's look ahead. You saw a 91% increase in first quarter revenue this year compared to 2022. So as you look ahead, how do you keep that growth going?
So this is mainly European. I mean, we are a French company, originated in France with very strong penetration in Europe. But obviously for us, the US market is a great destination, maybe a final destination. We believe semiconductors are going to grow very fast here because the United Nations has reached the conclusion,
So
which is also the European Union conclusion, that you need to decouple the dependency on semiconductor from Asian manufacturers. I mean, you need to develop semiconductors at national level. So because the demand is there, I don't think it's a question of demand. The question is how to supply to that demand semiconductors, then they will be manufactured in the United States. And that will obviously reduce the risk that we are facing now, that one day, imagine Taiwan gets attacked or it's a geopolitical issue in the region, the entire semiconductor industry will be shut down. And with the consequence that will have in the new generation of cars or the new generation of products.
Okay, I'm still trying to figure out this guy's scam, but I'm pretty sure that he takes an ARM chip and just changes flashes the BIOS, as they would say, changes the firmware of the ROM. To let it run a quantum resistant algorithm. Now, I could buy one of these chips, but I don't want to throw $300 away while I'm shorting millions of dollars of his stock.
But I think I'm gonna have to buy one of these fucking chips. I'm joking, assholes. Man. Yo, this is ridiculous. Yeah, this is just the older. These are some old ass chips too. I think they just changed it. Oh my god. Could be an ST micro device.
I should just buy one and open it up and see what it says. It's got to be repackaged. Thank you, Projects. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it a STM board, Renesas, or ARM? It's definitely, somebody else's. Maybe it's theirs. I don't know. Hard to say. Trash kitty. Shush. Pure play IoT cybersecurity player. Interesting, Thomas. Production capacity. That's so bizarre. $14 million, $17 million, $23 million, $30 million, all the way down to $10 million. This company's not worth $600 million, that's for sure. Quantum resistant Fitbit. Yeah, I'm very suspicious. Yeah, NWBO looks like a scam. Can I short it? That one's just like the weirdest cult. Weirdest cult stock. Pink sheets. It's gone down. It's gone down over the last year. It is shortable. You just have to put up a lot of margin.
Order filled.
Oh, this is interesting. They have raw materials and works in progress. Well, that could just be the raw materials could be somebody else's chips, and the work in progress is them installing their shit. They have $10 million of machinery and equipment, whatever that is. So they got something. Just really unclear what the fuck it is that they're making. Yeah, I think IonQ will drop more. Shush. No, shush, kitty. No, shush. You want treats? What? What'd I do, kitty? What?
Semiconductors plus quantum. Wait, what? Stop this bullshit right here. You guys see this? Excuse me? No, King Viking. Why does Market Watch have an article about me? What'd they say? We gotta block them. This is LAES, microcap stock. 100. What the fuck? All right, hold on. So I don't know, man. Shush. These guys had revenue drop 70%. Look at this. You know, it almost seems like it was going to be a good business. 14 million, okay. 17 million, all right. 23 million, doing better. 30 million, oh shit, maybe it's going to be great. Down 70%? The fuck? They're blaming the semiconductor conditions in the semi industry? Bro, what other company has revenues down 70%? What other stock has seen that? How many people do you think work at this company total? Total employees. $61? That's surprising to me because let's add this shit up. That's 9 million operating expenses. Okay? This don't make no goddamn sense. Because you know a bunch of it's legal fees and
shit is.
Okay, this guy is like the head of sales, Johan Cordrus. He was at NXP. Interesting. He's been there 4 months. He's in Boston. It's another sales guy. Another sales guy's the head of. Crypto, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. This guy's the whole Indian economy in one guy. I use that Cypress Semi. That's a real company, at least. Atmel, another real company. OnSemi, another real company. So is this guy's name Creus or Carlos? Is this like... Okay, this is a friend. Okay. Listen, I just got to do my due diligence. Developer full stack. This is inscrutable company, man.
Bizarre. What a totally weird stock. You know what's even funnier is they have half-year reporting. Yeah, I think it is short.
They don't have any revenue. It's not even clear what they're selling or how to buy it. Put enough time into this one scam. Let's look at what's going on here. In Quantum Land. It's been pretty quiet. Shush, kitty. Shush, kitty. Shush, kitty. Shut up, kitty. All right. Stop wasting time on this bullshit. Ha! Head scratches. You want some head scratches? Oh, okay. There you go, Mama. I'll give you some nice head scratches. Scratch, 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 scratch. It's a good kitty. Scratch, 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 scratch.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
All right. Earnings season is coming right up. Who's excited?
look at Eli Lilly a little. I think we'll get to like single digits on ion Q, like high single digits. So a lot of downside left. Good to see AVXL calm down too. Piece of dog shit.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, so I guess Lilly looks a little bit cheap. I don't know, Santa looks interesting. I don't know if it's going to go up or not, but I'm not long it.
Fucking tell me what to do. Don't you fucking tell me what to do. AMD. Oh, I'm not really a semiconductor guy, guys. They don't call me the semiconductor bro.
Order cancelled.
What time do I have to go to the doctor? $2:00. Dentist. Yeah, my teeth are all fucked up. Do you want to hear some music? No bones whatsoever. Okay. So one approach, if you guys want to like model a company effectively, okay,
Order partially filled.
is you click news, you go to press releases if you can find those. Okay, here's press releases. And what you do is you go through every single press release. I've made a couple of shades today, yeah. You go through every single press release, okay? Go Latif. Dentist in prison wasn't as horrible as you might think. And yeah, I think longs it's tough to be long much, but you know, you gotta be
order filled.
Gotta be careful, I guess. Okay. So you go through each press release and you just kind of process it and put it in your model. So this one, 1/7/25 JP Morgan conference. So the JP Morgan conference is next week. Oh, I should probably go. Fireside chat on the 14th. So that's next week. Okay. Then we've got ITC ruling. So you just keep going, go back as far as you can. But as you see things in the news and the SEC filings, etc., you put them in your model and you adjust your model. So here, for example, they got Zepbound got approval for OSA. It's the first ever Zepbound. So Zepbound is tirzepatide just for obesity. So I can add it in here. So for every indication, maybe I'll make a little tab. This is almost like JSON. So I do obesity here. And I do maybe like type 2 diabetes here. I'll just write what OSA is in the first place, which is obstructive sleep apnea, which is the main kind of sleep apnea. Okay. And adults taking Zepbound had at least 25 fewer breathing interruptions. This is the whole idea behind OSA is you stop breathing, I guess, which is not good. Your airway collapses. And they did this surmount OSA, which is 10 mg or 15 mg versus, I'm assuming it was versus placebo, but it might not have been. Let's see. Yep, it was against placebo. %, remission versus 16% for placebo. Oh, I need the Eminem freestyle 8-mile GIF. Give me this, him dropping the mic. Oh yeah, this is perfect. I need to make this meme real quick. I know something about you. You learned medicine from Joe Rogan. Yeah, I'm not really good at this meme making. It's a skill for somebody else. But if somebody can make it a funny one, please feel free to send it to me. It's for COVID, it's for cancer. Ivermectin does everything. You know ivermectin's a pharmaceutical, right? I almost bought ivermectin. I was going to be the owner of ivermectin. Oh, here we go, here we go.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, and so anyway, as you're updating your model, you're trying to
Order
just
partially
collect little
filled.
factoids and get them
Order filled.
put into all the details of how you set it up. So here I'm just putting in a simple detail. I put in a little bit about the study, which was called Surmount OSA. That's really all I'm going to put in
Order
there.
filled.
So it's your choice how much detail to go through. You can go through just an incredible amount of detail, or you just leave it, kind of leave it how you want. Get the basics down, and that's it. If you are a pharma analyst professionally, you're going to want to put in every single detail you can even think of. But if you're just trading at home, you probably just want to get the broad strokes figured
Order
out.
filled.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so next they got approval in China for donanemab, which has the name Kinsula. So a lot of these aren't really that important, you know, getting approval in every single country, you know, important, but not that important. Okay, next, insulin in Egypt. Okay. It's a company called EVA Pharma. And what I could do here is I can actually put EVA Pharma in my model for other. If these guys are public or not, I don't think so. But I can actually put this in my other sheet if I want to track lots of different pharma companies. Every time I come across a new one, okay, this is a privately held company, but you never know, you might want to do business with them or something, so you just put it in here. EVA Pharma, notes, Egypt-based company deal with Lilly. I don't know, I made like $500,000 on
Order
Rigetti.
filled.
More on IonQ, maybe $1 million. It was a good trade for sure. But I think the next leg down is going to be just as big, if not bigger. But, you know, I could be wrong.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
No, I'm bigger in the quantum trade now. Okay. Okay, I just wrote partnership with Egyptian manufacturer for insulin. Now here we've got Omvo, which I guess there's some hope that Omvo is going to be a good selling drug for Lilly. I'm not sure it will be, but recommended by CHMP for Crohn's. So Omvo is mirikizumab. And again, these are great times to refresh your knowledge of each drug. And people always say, Martin, how do you know each drug? Well, this is how. This is how. You know, for example, I noticed here, there's no section for mechanism of action. So why not go ahead and do a little research real quickly? Because how could I not know the mechanism of a drug, right? I'm supposed to be the Pharma bro. I can't not know it. This is how I became the Pharma bro. Hit review. Okay. Multidiscipline review. Oh, that's cool. They used to do like a medical review or statistical review. Here they're doing this now. Multidiscipline review. This is a cool area of the FDA website that not many people know. So they got all the reviews in one. Pretty cool. Here are the details. BLA 761-279. IL-23 allegedly. Remember, we need to always double check. What does that mean? Antibodies aren't antagonists. So I just want to make sure we know exactly what they're talking about. There we go. Here's the details. You pop horse pills when you catch the flu. That's funny. That's funny. Man, this coffee's all fucked up. I gotta spill it out, I guess. Let's see. Maybe I can put it into this guy.
coffee, fucking my coffee up. See, this type of shit ruins my whole day. So I go in sometimes to the local deli who makes my coffee. I go in sometimes, you know what I mean? I go in on the weekends. Sometimes I go get my girl some coffee or something. I walk down there and I see homie who made my coffee, Miguel. And Miguel is behind the back, like you can't see him. You see Tony runs the bagel store. So he's standing there. He's like, oh, Skrelly, what's up? What do you need, a coffee? Da, da, da. And I see Miguel in the back and I go like this. And he's like, oh, shit. And when Miguel fucks my coffee up like this, I call up Tony. I say, Tony, he's got to go. It's over for Miguel. He fucked my coffee up again. And I cyber stalked him. I gang stalked him. Turns out he's got 8 kids. Yeah, he lives down the block in one of the tenements. $900 rent. I know, apartment 8D. Yeah, when Tony fires him, he's going to get evicted. Probably deported. I don't care if he needs that job. If you need that job, get my coffee right. Call him up. Tony, we got a problem here. What happened, Martin? I'll exaggerate it a little bit too. Just to teach him a lesson. So I looked at the coffee, man. First, it was spilled all over. That part was true. And I said, there's some weird bugs in there, bro. He said, no way, Martin. No way, Martin. That's how he talks. I said, yeah, man, listen, you know me. I don't complain much, you know what I mean? But when I'm drinking my coffee and I spit out a mosquito, come on, bro. You know I need to come to you, Tony. I need to come to the Godfather. I had to gas him up like that. He's like, okay, Skrella, I'm going to find out what I can get to the bottom of this. I make sure it was Miguel who gets in trouble. There's no fucking mosquitoes in New York. And when I go, in 2 weeks, I hope, I'm gonna look in the back like this. I'm gonna look over Tony's shoulder. And it's a new guy, it's Ramon. If it's like Ramon or somebody else, it's not Miguel. I'm like, hey, Tony, Miguel on vacation? He's like, nah, man, we had to let him go. We had to let him go. I'm gonna say, oh, it's too bad. But inside I'm smiling. Inside I'm saying, yes. It might be the delivery guy. I don't give a fuck. Better fix it. Somebody better fix it. Serious white privilege right now. Diabolical. Okay, so anyway, here's the real... I'm helping him. I'm teaching him a lesson, bro. A lesson he'll never forget. Okay, so the real thing is this P19 subunit. So if you've looked at these before, you know that the P19 subunit antibody... Oh yeah, and let's go to that other file we made. See, this all gets nested and connected. But remember, we made another file. And you could like do this on overkill. Baroki's area was one of my best memes ever. Okay, and you click immunology. Okay, type P19 subunit shared by IL-13 and IL-12 and IL-23. No, hold on. So there's a P40 subunit of IL-23, and I think that's shared at IL-12 too. Gotta know your interleukins. Yeah, JP Morgan is usually a big nothing burger. It's just for executives to get together. It's like the World Series of Dice. or the player haters ball.
Yeah, hotel rooms are definitely expensive. Hate.
The player haters balls. Bro, when I used to go to JP Morgan, I used to cause a fucking ruckus. I used to have the whole conference lit. They'd never seen nothing like me, bro. I'll be in the breakout sessions asking the crazy ass questions.
Gotta know your inner Lucans.
I used to come with receipts. Like a fucking news reporter. I used to be like, hey, I just got this Freedom of Information request. And the whole crowd would be like, like, yeah, on page 18, it says that you pissed in the drug vat, man. The CEO would be like, how does he know that? Yeah, man, you took a whole you urinated in the whole drug facility, bro. I got it right here. And you're like, Scully did this to you. CEOs wanted to fight me, boy. Now, didn't I fill this out already?
Autofilled.
Didn't I make an immunology and I got pretty far along with it? Now I'm pissed. So I remember doing this by heart. Ah, here it is. Autoimmune. I gotta merge these two bad boys. Got drugs, diseases, and then, you know what I'll do? That's one of the downsides of doing this shit. Is if you're not vigilant, you can repeat your work or do all kinds of stupid shit. Here was the drug thing we did. Remember, we even used GPT for this shit. Okay. Prednisone the goat. All right, so now man, I just got orders hanging. I don't even know what the fuck is. I don't even know what the fuck's popping off right now. Probably short ion Q is my guess. We're selling some calls. Don't even worry about it, bro. I smoke every day too. Where's my fart coin? Ah! I just have it on Binance. I don't even check this shit. Of course the exchanges allow you to short crypto. What are you, crazy?
Too mean? Is that too mean? Will that get me banned from X?
How do I phrase it? How do I phrase it correctly? You don't like it, dumb? Go to hell and join them. Go to hell and join them. No Fifi for me.
Are you morons serious? You guys still believe in ivermectin? Well, what is it about this molecule that's so special? Please let me know. You know how you tried to buy this drug? It was discovered in 1975. This is such a big molecule. How's it going to get into any cell? Look how polar it is. How the fuck can it help cancer? It's not getting into any cells. What's the log P of this fucking thing? Wow. How? How is that possible? Doesn't seem like the log P would be that high. Well, anyway. So anyway, there's a lot of people who think ivermectin is useful. It's not. The shit is a joke. It's like a joke somebody told and people believed it and it kept propagating, and it's a great litmus test for how stupid somebody is. Yeah. That's, I mean, I'm hoping there's somebody here who can like speak to it or defend it.
I am not that guy. I just want to say what's good.
All right.
Fucking shoot the shit out of stuff.
Okay, that's enough of you. Thanks, Cameron. Yeah, Fun Sauce, what's up, man?
Sorry, this isn't the question about ivermectin. Are you taking questions on the short still?
No. All right.
Sorry, you can take me off.
Get out of here. Any ivermectin retards out there, please. D. Hello, D. Wake up. Okay. Hello.
Well, I'm under the impression that ivermectin stuns and kills parasites inside the body or inside the gut. And the majority of people in the U.S. have parasites in their gut.
This is a great hypothesis. You know what you do when you have a hypothesis like this?
Well, I'm reaching.
All right, wait. I'm just asking you. Do you know what happens in science when we have a hypothesis?
No, fill me in.
We test it.
Okay.
So you just came up with a theory. It's wrong, by the way, but you know you can test. Oh, yeah, shut up for a second. Shut up. You came up with a theory. It's, possibly true. I know it not to be true, but regardless, the way you test this theory is you give 500 people ivermectin, you give 500 people placebo, and you see what the fuck happens. Instead of pretending you do the study and you find out. And unless you have a study that says it does it, we cannot assume or guess that it does. We assume that it doesn't do it until the study shows that it does. That is how the world works. Otherwise, we don't have a world that we can really live in and think through. This is the basic reasoning.
Has it not been proven that it's effective treatment on various parasitic diseases and killing and stunning them?
Of course, it's FDA approved for one very specific disease.
And the majority of Americans don't know this, but they do have parasites in their body.
The majority of Americans don't have.
Microbiomes are.
They don't have. First of all, you're wrong. The majority of Americans don't have the parasites that are treated by this drug. 1, 2. What does that have to do with cancer?
Well, I feel like it all stems from the microbiome.
Well, you can do a trial. You can do a clinical trial to see if it affects anything. You could put, like I said, whatever you think it does. You can do a clinical trial where you put 500 patients on drug and 500 patients on placebo, and you see what the fuck happens after a year, or however many years, or whatever your prediction is. And let me guess, you've never done any of this in biopharma before.
This is your first.
No,
This is your first time. Yeah.
Very, very little any information on it other than me trying to. Only thing I know is like holistic health more of, and like trying to think of more natural ways of health.
Okay. You know, there's people in the world that do this kind of thing for a living, where they look for drugs, they try to develop drugs. Some of them try to make money doing it, and we hunt meticulously throughout the world. I have people helping me to do this for medicines that could be used to help people and make us rich. I almost bought ivermectin completely.
You solving the issue will stop you from making money. Your customers.
No, retard. we make the most money.
That's why
no moron. No moron. I assume you're like 19 years old, but let me help you understand this. We make the most money when we make the most impact. You can't charge a lot of money for a cancer drug that doesn't work. You can't charge any money for a cancer drug that doesn't work, actually. And when you design drugs, you can't say, okay, stop. Let's just make it just good enough. Just good enough that it kind of helps and they need to be addicted and take it forever. Are you some kind of idiot? Have you ever gone to college? Have you ever done any biology? Do you think it's easy to just make a drug that just stops working after a second that you need to take forever? Like, I think people like you should honestly consider ending their lives. Like, I think that there's a lot of people like you that just are too stupid to have this conversation. Like, you're a dangerous person. You're literally dangerous. You don't understand the way clinical medicine is conducted. You don't understand causal relationships and basic logical thinking. I'm stunned that there are people like this that are that stupid out there. You've never been in biopharma. You've never developed a drug. You've never invented a drug. You probably can't tell me what the valence of nitrogen is. But you want to start to pontificate about what's fucking good medicine and what it isn't. What's wrong with people like you? Just fucking jump off a bridge. Like, honestly, I think that's you do the world a favor. Imagine thinking the pharmaceutical industry, which by the way is composed of millions of human beings that.
Okay, can I just put my point in?
What is your point, other than embarrassing yourself?
Back into history, pre-1900s, you see that everybody was using either a light frequency to heal you or.
You are. This has got to be a troll, right? What's up, Julio? You got
conglomerate corporations. They just need money.
Okay, yeah, you got to be trolling, right? All right, that was a good troll, I guess. What's up, Doctor? How are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yo.
Yeah, I saw that clip and had the same exact reaction as you, and I like Joe Rogan, but that is literally going to get people killed. Like, just given his reach, just numbers, just 100%. I could see people going to their oncologist and asking for ivermectin. At best, it's an awkward conversation. They continue the treatments, but ivermectin's pretty easy to get on telehealth now.
That is so crazy. You probably don't know this, but I actually tried to buy this drug, which was called Stromectol, when Merck had it. And I had this mutual friend with Ken Frazier, and Merck really didn't want to sell it. And we offered this insane price. And they said they still wouldn't sell it because there were people at Merck going back way back when that were really proud of this drug and what it did from a humanitarian basis in Africa. I wanted to buy it, and you can imagine, raise the price dramatically. Which this world would be so much funnier if that version of the multiverse actually happened. And I don't...
Right now, oh my god.
But no, in all seriousness, another company.
So what was it? Is it like what was the name of the drug? Is it like a microtubule inhibitor? One of those like kind of albendazols?
Stromectol? No, it's not like albendazole or anything like that. It's a lactone. It's very, very polar. So like stays in the body forever. And in essence, it just sort of gets to these bizarre, like, it really isn't a great drug. Like, it's not really clear even how it works, to be honest. It's just this very polar and toxic kind of molecule that it just seems to destroy parasites. Like a lot of these antiparasitics, Like the other one is.
Or do you mean like?
It's got a very high log P. You're cutting out a little bit for me, but it's very nonpolar. Sorry, it's got a polar center, but it's very nonpolar. It's like I said, its log P is around 6. But what's interesting is like all these other drugs, like the schistosomiasis drug, for example, biltricide or praziquantel. You probably learned about that one in med school too. None of these drugs, it's really clear how they work because parasites are not really like that well understood to begin with. So, some people say they're ion channel inhibitors. Some people, it's just not clear. Like a lot of these drugs, nobody even bothers to do the binding studies to even bother to see like what crystal structure, where it's bound through a crystal structure or something like that. So these drugs are a little bit mysterious, and they're not used that often in America. But it's just so sad to see people like decide to become their own doctor. I don't know. I feel terrible. Like somebody needs to be the adult here and just fucking lay down the law.
Yeah, honestly, I really appreciate you doing this. I have a mother-in-law who is exactly how you're describing, where she thinks she's like a medical expert, and she's been like basically radicalized by Instagram Reels, just seeing all this content over and over again, just scaring her and making her think that like everything's gonna kill her. So I really appreciate you doing this because we really need more pushback from these morons.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you never know what could happen in medicine. So like you just do a clinical trial. I mean, that's they did clinical trials of ivermectin and COVID. It didn't work. And you can do trials of ivermectin in cancer if you want. And those won't work either. So like moving the puck from COVID to cancer, even after trials have failed, is just so gross. Like, I understand not trusting authority. Like I am the poster child for not trusting authority. Like that's what I do. But, there's that. And then there's this just like wild misunderstanding of, and again, I think the first guy was a troll, but I think a lot of people believe what he's saying, which is that drug companies don't like curing diseases, which is, just, it's unfathomable mentally to think that there are actually people that believe that. And you can't imagine how many times I get that question of like, take an EGFR inhibitor, for example. If you have EGFR mutated non-small cell lung cancer, you know what protein is driving your tumor. You know exactly what is wrong with you. And scientists made a drug that stops that protein. It's just basically an EGFR inhibitor. And in fact, not only is that, but it stops the exact mutation that is resistant to the first generation EGFR mutants. You cannot make a better drug than this. It's exquisitely targeted to what's wrong with you. Ivermectin is not targeted to anything. It was made in 1975. They barely had these tools back then. So 50 years later, top scientists have made these drugs, and they work. The amazing response rate for the EGFR mutated non-small cell lung cancer is incredible. Because it stops exactly what you need to stop. HIV is a similar scenario where HIV drugs are remarkable. The new Lenacapavir from Gilead, it's a once every 6 months dose. You take it twice a year, and it keeps your HIV at bay, or it stops you from getting HIV in the first place if you're at risk. I mean, medicine's incredible, and the people that do this kind of stuff have worked really hard, and it's so insulting when somebody like Mel Gibson talking about ivermectin, Joe Rogan? Come on. I'm not saying these guys are stupid, but they're stupid on medicine. I'll say that.
And I can say this, I'm a doctor. I didn't even know how far cancer. So my mom just got diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer in May. 2 years ago, this probably would have been a death sentence. She was started. I already forgot the name of the drug. Combination chemotherapy with one of these PD-1 inhibitors. Not Keytruda, but it's another one. She's cancer free, and it's January, which is insane.
That's great. Yeah, PD-1 was another miracle. There's a funny story there. Again, I had all this beef with Merck and Schering-Plough. Schering-Plough, my friends were at Schering-Plough, and they sold Schering-Plough to Merck. And they shared a drug, a statin combination called Vytorin, with statin and a cholesterol reabsorption inhibitor called Zetia and ezetimibe, yeah. And obviously the statin combination. So Merck bought out their partnership with Schering-Plough by buying out the whole company. But what they didn't realize is they were also buying one of the first PD-1 inhibitors. So they accidentally backed themselves into having the best cancer drug of all time. And, to their credit, they developed it. Yeah, give them credit. They developed it very vigorously. One of my friends, I actually tried to hire him to be the CEO of my drug company. He ended up very aggressively developing it. So it did become one of the world's best drugs through the hard work of people at Merck, but it wasn't intentional that they were to acquire it. But that's opportunity sometimes. They were prepared and they went after it when they had the chance. And Keytruda has saved so many people's lives. So is Opdivo, and the amount of attention that ivermectin gets versus drugs that actually work, it's just sad to me because there are real people that do this stuff and that work hard every day to make things better for themselves, their company, their families, their communities. Hundreds of thousands of people that work at Merck and Pfizer and Eli Lilly. Do you think they're monsters? Do you think they're idiots? Do you think they're all in a conspiracy? How dumb do you have to be to think that there's this huge conspiracy that nobody's talking about that somehow stayed secret in the labs of these companies? But meanwhile, people at these companies do die of cancer too, and parents too. It's just mind-bogglingly stupid. And again, there's no clear ivermectin supporter here that isn't trolling, at least, that will engage in good faith, because it's just too stupid. You can't. It's an untenable position.
Well, Martin, sorry if I unmuted myself without permission, but
no, I don't care.
Dan here. Yeah. I don't have a lot to contribute to this, but I think I could play devil's advocate a little bit.
Sure.
This whole thing got. I'll make the argument I think the ivermectin supporter might make, which is, this whole thing got started during the pandemic, and if you look at, these peer-reviewed studies, there's dozens and dozens of studies showing some benefits to ivermectin.
Well, there's no clinical studies.
And of course, I know it.
There's only
Right, so
preclinical studies.
The problem here is that people are not scientifically
literate.
They think that, right, and they see that there's actually a website. It's ivermecta.com, I think, that it's an ongoing meta-analysis.
Not that meta-analyses are that great anyway. I mean,
ivermectin, IVMmeta.com.
Okay.
But you can see, there's actually dozens of these studies. But
just give me one. Give me one study and I'll critique it. The thing about, and just so give me a second. Just give me a second. So just for anybody out there that doesn't know, there's clinical trial that's in human beings, and that's there's a certain kind of clinical trial that's the gold standard, which is a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study. Which, if I need to explain to you why that's a good thing, you should probably just not be involved in medicine at all. And then there's a preclinical study. So this is a study not in human beings. It can be in animals, it can be in cell lines and cell culture, but it's not in human beings. And you can imagine, you don't have to be a great scientist to see that the human clinical trial that's randomized and controlled is very useful, and that everything else is kind of not that useful, especially since you can kind of just make up that data and it doesn't mean much and it's just cell lines. So when you publish cell line data, I can go critique that stuff, but it's just not useful to publish some cell lines and say, okay, this is a great cancer drug, because there's thousands of drugs like that, maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Every postdoc in the world has a drug that in a cell line looks like it's really great. And then when they do a human clinical trial, it doesn't look like it's so great. In fact, drug companies, for every single drug that does get FDA approved in cancer, they have about 100 or 200 ones that look great preclinically and that just don't work in humans, and they give up on them. And people like Vivek and myself made a living going around to these drug companies and buying their old drugs that they kind of overlooked and trying them again. This is what I do. This ivermectin is like perfect for that. And the problem is it needs to work, and it doesn't. So it's just
right. But
yeah.
But you know, your average Joe is looking at can go to these websites and they see like there's actually 52 ivermectin, according to this website, 52 ivermectin COVID-19 RCTs, and like most of them are so. The amount of like junk research that's been published on this is just crazy. Most of these are in countries like India, Bangladesh, and so there's an interesting thing where it seems that a lot in the countries where a lot of these countries do actually have people have parasites.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the tail wagging the dog.
And do you understand too that this is like COVID, and now so Mel Gibson said, my friends with stage 4 cancer. Okay, that's like saying like illness. Okay, like there's so many different types of cancer.
Yeah, he doesn't even understand what.
It's just saying that is just that alone. Like he might as well just say I just
Yeah, that.
I have a cure for all
retarded because it's all anecdotes.
It would have been a little bit smarter
if you
if
Google search ivermectin cancer. There's one like Chinese study which it's probably fake. Like most of those kind of studies are just fraudulent. But it's like the stuff that people are talking about is just anecdotes, and that's extremely irresponsible and dangerous.
Maybe we can find like a person that actually supports this drug for whatever reason, and they can explain why they support it.
Yeah, I don't support the drug. I just my thesis of what I've kind of seen is that people don't really like big pharma. Like you don't go to your doctor to get healthier.
Just real quick, Luke. So I don't disagree with that necessarily. But what's funny about that is that this was a drug made by Merck. Like this is a big pharma drug.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Merck invented and discovered ivermectin and got it FDA approved.
It's off patent. It's off patent now, so it's
still
generics and stuff.
Right? Yeah, but it was still big pharma. I mean,
I think you're massively underestimating the extent to which this anti-big pharma narrative is promoted, as young as elementary schools too. I mean, teachers are repeating this blather about the sick care system and all of this, and meanwhile, pharma is like not present.
Well, what's funny is like, so let's say that's all true, and I don't disagree with you at all. I think that is all true. What does ivermectin have to do with that? Like
exactly what it does.
That's the craziest part to me. Is like, hate big pharma all you want, but why is ivermectin relevant?
Because it's something.
Well, hold on. The guy's talking. He's in the middle of talking.
It's all about the who. That's what it is. It's that these people have antipathy for people like Anthony Fauci, and yet they might like, let's say, Jim Jordan, and they just think about it in terms of personality. It's not clinical trials or anything else. Just like they think about sports.
It's it's the wrong team. It's Yankees or Red Sox.
That's what explains.
You want to be scientific? I'll be anti-scientific. I like ivermectin instead of the drugs that are proven to work. Like, but to me, it's like saying, okay, if there's a Democrat, my plumber is a Democrat. I look at my toilet, and even though I can understand medicinal chemistry and crystallography, I look at my toilet and I'm getting very confused very quickly, even though there's like 2 components to it. But what if my plumber was a Democrat, I should say, and I'm a Republican, my plumber comes in and says, Martin, I'm going to fix your toilet, and I see he has a Bernie sticker or something. I don't say, stop right there. You don't know how to fix my toilet. And the guy's been fixing toilets for 20 years. He fixed my buddy's toilet. I say, Snow, get out of here. What were you going to do to my toilet? You were going to turn this thing left? Well, I'm going to turn it right. You don't know toilets because you like Democrats and you like Bernie. You must be so stupid. You don't know how to fix this toilet. And the reality is, of course, the guy knows how to fix the toilet. We may not agree on politics, but this is what he does for a living. I don't fucking fix toilets for a living. Like I said, I look at these things and get very confused very quickly because it's not what I know. And, the guy knows how to do it. He knows what's clogged up or whatever. And I'd rather let him do it, even though I don't like Bernie Sanders a lot, than sit there and have my toilet stink up the house all day and not work ever again because I wanted to turn it left instead of right.
I think the issue too is like the pharma side of this that communicates, the truth about R&D and this and the other. It's a nameless, faceless communications campaign. Like you can't summon the face of the person who's there to tell you that what a clinical trial is. You can't think of
Yeah, there's
who
no
they are.
there's no pharma bro that could actually be that, that is that you could
No,
call.
it's almost like we need somebody to come forward. Yeah.
But in all seriousness, I feel like the
But you have 10 on the other side. You have RFK Jr. You have 25.
well let me just say
Let's take a step back. I'm sorry.
real quick, doctor. I just want to say something real quick, and I'll give the floor to you. So I think that one of the funny things that happens here is that I'm sure you guys have heard of this phrase that you could have convictions loosely held. And some people say, they have a strongly held conviction. Well, this is a situation where everyone has a loosely held conviction. If you get diagnosed with stage 3 EGFR mutant positive non-small cell lung cancer and you go to your oncologist, you are absolutely not getting ivermectin. That guy's going to give you the exact drug that's molecularly tailored for your cancer. You're going to be happy. You're going to be cancer-free. If you want to go about it the Steve Jobs way, you want to go about some other way, you're functionally committing suicide. And if you want to functionally commit suicide, which some people do, I think Steve Jobs basically did, you can do that and you can have that strongly held conviction. But in reality, the doctor is going to look at you and say, do you want to live 18 months with a chance to live 6 years, or do you want to live 6 months? And you can take your pick. Nobody's going to fucking stop you, and nobody gives a shit. At the end of the day, you can die for your principles all you want. Anyway, doctor, please.
No, it's all good. I was going to say, ultimately, this is like a systematic thing that has occurred over the course of the last 5 years. And it has a lot more to do with the fact that everybody became an epidemiologist suddenly during the pandemic. Everybody thinks that they understand how things work suddenly during the pandemic. And even taking a step back, it's saying, hey, how do you discredit everything? Well, you discredit the fact that papers are completely made up. Now, everybody that's in the actual industry and is actually taking care of patients knows that of course papers have trouble with being reproduced. We know that the Nature study, I don't know if you guys saw it, but 33% of papers can be reproduced. Makes sense. And clinical trials have their own issues, and there's a lot of corruption in the FDA. I don't think anybody here will say it's not true. But if you're asking for so much evidence, and you're asking for so much backing into, well, why should we take, for example, something really controversial like the COVID vaccine for some people, right? Sure. But then, why are we not asking the same questions of the supplement industry? Why aren't we asking the same questions of ivermectin? The one really good meta-analysis on ivermectin actually showed that metformin was better for COVID than ivermectin.
That makes sense.
It was a really well-done study.
Well,
isn't that ironic? That, literally the one major, it was McMaster's and Brazil, they did a large study. They showed that fluvoxamine and metformin were actually better at early treatment than ivermectin.
Yeah, nobody's trying to get metformin or fluvoxamine. But real quick, one thing I'd say is that I would push back pretty heavily on some of the stuff you said. Preclinical studies are very hard to replicate. Scientists have NIH grants. There was this recent controversy I was involved in called Cassava Sciences, where there was this huge amount of fraud. In fact, the unprecedented step of a PI getting arrested by the FBI and getting charged with fraud to get NIH grants was really unprecedented. An old Chinese guy pulled out of his lab by FBI agents over doctoring published data. As you said, in the industry, we kind of are used to preclinical studies being fraudulent or kind of not replicatable at least. But I'm sorry, when it comes to clinical trials, I get paid basically to scrutinize clinical trials, analyze them really carefully, and make a bet. And clinical trial publications are usually very robust.
It depends on who's doing the clinical trial, whether it's third party or not. Adulm is the best example.
Well, I'll say for pharmaceutical companies, clinical trials, when they're published, you're in the middle of my sentence. Pharmaceutical clinical trials that get published are very close to 100% reliable.
Again, I'll give you a really good example of one that was an incredible controversy. Adulm.
Yeah, that's sort of like the exception, But those,
I agree.
the result. But the thing with that one is the results were not questioned when they published those results. They showed a modest effect. It was really the FDA that made that one controversial. It's not the sanctity of the actual results. The results were published in New England. They were what they were. They were very
There were barely any results.
barely. barely useful. So like to me, that's not a failure of the publication apparatus. That's a failure of the FDA. In that case, 1 in a million, where they kind of said, well, there are two ways to look at medicine. Medicine. Okay, you just love interrupting me mid-sentence. So they sort of looked at it as two ways, and I see this all the time in medicine, especially in rare and tough diseases where there's no treatments. The FDA says, okay, we can either say no, yet again, for every one of these ALS drugs, every one of these Alzheimer's drugs, every one of these drugs for Duchenne muscular dystrophy where children are dying, or we can say, you know what, let's give it a conditional approval on, contingent on a large phase 3 that will be done probably never, but to do it again. And I think that, there is a side of the FDA that thinks that way, this right to try movement. It's up to the doctor to decide, is this right for my patient? Not so much up to FDA always. And, I sympathize very small amount with that. They should not have approved Aduhelm. And now what was funny about Aduhelm is even though it was approved, nobody used it. All the doctors said, yeah, I know this thing doesn't work. I read the New England Journal paper. I'm not going to use it. Fuck that. And Biogen couldn't sell any of it. So, their new drug does work. And they're still having trouble selling that one because of the overhang of Aduhelm. So it's funny, the amyloid beta antibodies are actually probably should be being used more often, at least the donanemab and the other Biogen one, lecanemab. But it's funny that the Aduhelm aducanumab disaster kind of has clouded that whole class of drugs, even though the donanemab data are pristine and published and nobody doubts that they work. So to me, I think that the stuff on replicatability is really important, but a good phase 3 trial that works will get published in a top journal. And the only articles I saw in the New England Journal for any of these drugs show that they didn't work, like ivermectin and fluoxamine and so forth. Like there would be a 100-patient study that just randomly, if you do a study, like randomly one side will look better than the other. And then when they did the big study failed. But if you're some weirdo conspiracy theorist, you want to say this is because of Illuminati, big pharma, etc. When the reality is, like, if you meet these big pharma people, they're all idiots. None of them could conjure a conspiracy to save their life, especially not one involving hundreds of clinical trial sites with a double-blind, CRO-controlled. Like, so you're telling me the CRO's involved, big pharma's involved, Illuminati's involved, government's involved, and they're all to fix a clinical trial? Maybe the drug just doesn't fucking work because it was invented in 1975. It doesn't do anything.
Somebody was mentioning about having a poster boy for pharma, and I think a lot of this has to do with it's all institutional, right? That's just for good reason. Some people just don't like institutions. And Martin, I think you are actually have a lot of credit with those people. A lot of people like you.
I went to jail going against institutions.
morbid obesity, cardiovascular disease, fatty liver. They're studying it in also for sleep apnea. And I was part in some research when the Ozempic was under phase 1 and phase 2 trial, and it had results then, and now it's a very significant, important medicine, which kind of changed some of the medicine because now the disease are controlled and the end organ damage are controlled. So there are some negative and positive, but this belief of ivermectin retards is both spectrum, on the extreme right and extreme left. I've seen some of the extreme right people who came in and they were like, no, we want ivermectin hydrochloroquine. And there's one which is right on the left, and they're all green. They don't want any chemicals in their body, and they analysis everything on the bottle, what it says.
Right.
And so it's
Yeah.
it's both the side. It's not
I think it's yeah, and I think we're getting at the social part of it that Julio and others, Julio, I should say. I always mess this up. Yeah, it's Julio. Yeah, that I think we're getting at, which is that this is a societal phenomenon where people want to stick it to authority. People are sick of authority. Authority has encroached on us in a lot of ways: censorship online, taxes, Patriot Act and monitoring our communications, sending people to jail for no reason. That's why Trump won. I don't know if landslide's the right word, but that's why he won, because there's a huge backlash against this type of mentality that is overarching and overbearing, and we hate it. So that has affected everyone differently. For me, it hasn't changed my life's work of loving science and studying it and knowing what good science looks like and knowing what bad science looks like, and sometimes making millions of dollars short selling bad science, and the other way around. And then, for some people, though, it's colored everything, where they've said, I don't trust anything anymore. And I think that it's not the worst thing in the world to say you trust things less, but it's not healthy to say you trust nothing anymore. And it's really unhealthy to say you don't trust things so much that you're going to go on the other side and say, I'm going to do everything my way. And it's just irresponsible, because it's sort of like saying the airplane that was built, I don't trust it, I'm going to build my own airplane. Look at Boeing, they're corrupt, they're bad people. No, you're going to just go on an airplane and you're going to shut up. And, it's the same thing when you literally everything you do. Or you can be Amish. You can be Amish and you can go, live on a farm or something. Or you could be like Terry Davis and write your own OS. You can make your own router. you can make your own programming language. You can do everything from scratch, and it's just kind of nuts. But there are people like this, and I feel like it's helpful in these online echo chambers. It's helpful to raise one's hand and say, no, you're not being normal. You're being weird. You're being an idiot, and not so much to shut down inquiry. By the way, the inquiry could be something like, we should do a phase 3 trial. A drug company, like, why don't we pressure Eli Lilly, who's worth $1 trillion, right? Eli Lilly's almost, it's 750 billion at the moment. It had a little downdraft, but Eli Lilly is the biggest drug company in the history of the world. It would be very easy for Eli Lilly to spend $50 million and do a phase 3 clinical trial of any of these drugs in any disease, and publish the results, have it be monitored by a third party, all the normal stuff, CRO, and we could show the world this just doesn't work. Have Joe Rogan. Like, I think that the CEO of Eli Lilly go on Joe Rogan and say, hey, all this shit you're doing is really unhelpful. You're full of shit. And Joe Rogan could sit there and say, oh yeah, well, you're full of shit. And all the CEO of Eli Lilly has to do is say, okay, I have $100 million for you. Design the clinical trial you think will work, and I'll prove to you it doesn't work. And you could do all the monitoring. You can run the fucking study if you want. And I think that would go a much longer way. Like, there were people in the 80s that were proponents of ESP, extrasensory perception, that they could guess the number in your mind and stuff like that. Even Alan Turing himself believed in this. And it was conclusively disproven that you cannot read people's thoughts. This reminds me of that we can just guess that there are drugs that work for diseases without doing the trials. It's flabbergasted me, and I think that the better thing to do is to prove people wrong as opposed to engage them and fight with them. Just say, okay, do the trial. You think it works? Go ahead, do the trial. And I even think the Congress could give ivermectin regulatory approval, for regulatory exclusivity, so that it does get a new patent. By the way, you can always adjust a drug like very modestly to get a new patent. But in any event, if it's so good, fucking pay for it. Do the clinical trial.
Prediction market out of it.
Right, exactly. A prediction market can fund it or whatever. Like, it's just so stupid to think like, oh, I bet this, no, I bet that. Well, why don't we just find out? I think people don't trust that process. Trust that somebody responsible is going to report it correctly. They're just going to go back to, of course you said it didn't work. You really, you're a vested interest that it doesn't work. And it just keeps going back in a circle. That's really unhelpful. So I don't know what the answer is other than ignore stupidity, but I also feel like when millions of people see something broken comes out, that somebody has to stand up and say, no, this is wrong, and believe. Just meant to be one message, one tweet, but it ends up getting a million views, and people want to hear more. But mostly people just want to yell, scream, and feel like really, I don't know, like angsty and angry at authority in general, not just pharma, but just any kind of reporting authority.
And you saw I think the third phase, because it was an emergency thing, it just got pushed everywhere. Like those trials weren't.
What are you talking about, the vaccine?
The vaccine, yeah. And that,
Yeah, I would consider that a big pharma success story that saved probably tens of millions of lives. So
yeah,
that's where I see the split though, because I see a lot of people saying the opposite, like young people are having heart problems, like all these adverse things.
Myocarditis.
Yeah, I believe that's what it's called.
But isn't that okay? Like, I have like a question there, like serious question. A lot of people talk about this, but from my understanding of myocarditis, it's something that is actually like common in a lot of viral infections, and it's like this transient like condition.
Yeah, it's like an autoimmune response following a viral. Usually, you can get it with other vaccines as well, but it's just essentially inflammation of the heart. It's self-limiting, goes away.
Well, you still have that question of is the juice worth the squeeze, right? So, are you getting sufficiently? This is literally why the FDA exists, because this is a tough question. Are you getting the therapeutic benefit in exchange for the therapeutic drawback? There's always a drawback. Even just administering a drug is a drawback. Let alone the coordination of administering medicine. And the vigilance, the pharmacovigilance that has to occur to observe it and monitor it, let alone the invasiveness of an intramuscular injection, the pain of it, the massive immune response that you get, all these things are annoying. So the question remains, was this a therapeutically beneficial thing to do? And I don't think the right answer is just to scream, clot shot, big pharma, et cetera. The therapeutic, the question is from both a clinical trial perspective, where the clinical trial data were excellent for what it's worth, but then from a meta perspective, the epidemiological public health perspective, knowing that a clinical trial is a point in time and that it's a point in time that can't be recreated. When you do a clinical trial of psoriasis patients and it clears their skin, you can feel very comfortable that when you give your patient the drug that was done in that clinical trial, that your psoriasis patient is probably like the other 1,000 psoriasis patients that took it, and that you'll see the same effect. But in public health and epidemiology, you have a really hard time doing that because this clinical trial occurred when this virus was just coming out and it had remarkable results. But we know viruses change, there's selective pressure, there's all kinds of things that happen with herd immunity and whatnot. The mutations resulted in these vaccines perhaps not working as well as they did in the clinical trial, or whatever the reason is. The point is that it's something that's pretty unpredictable. And I think when you do public health, it's very challenging to get this right. But it's not I think here you have the same dynamic of the fault or the blame displacement. So the blame I have on the establishment is that I got arrested and I had to spend 4 years in prison learning, urban slang and urban, sort of lore I know all types of information about guns and gangs and drugs that you will never need to know. I'm an expert in these areas because I spent 4 years hanging out with gangbangers, and I'm annoyed by that, and I'm frustrated by that, and I made the most of it, but I'm still really angry at somebody for that, and that somebody is amorphous. There's no one person that I have to be angry at. It's this whole establishment. There's this whole institution of authority that I hate. And, maybe that means I should cast a vote for somebody differently. But for some people, it means I'm going to be angry at all of the authority, all of the so-called experts. They all suck. I hate them all. And I think that's where, these kind of phenomenons happen. And if you look at Mel Gibson, I don't have a ton to say about this guy, but basically he's become a huge anti-Semite, which is, I was born Catholic for what it's worth, here in New York City. A lot of people, when they get angry, and this isn't just now, but over the last thousands of years, they seem to, for whatever reason, want to blame Jewish people. And, Mel Gibson, got into this very kind of anti-Semitic mode where he turned from like this relatively normal actor into this kind of whack job. And there's a South Park episode about him where he's just like running around and smearing his feces all over the place, and the kids are sort of laughing at him, but it's a great episode. But the point is that the guy is just out of control. And he's been sort of canceled, and people want to sort of make something about his cancellation more than what it is. He's just canceled because he's crazy. And, I have no reason to sort of like feel one way about it or the other. He made a film. He stopped making films, I guess. People, have sort of blacklisted him. But, for him to be angry at that and then blame Jewish people, now blame the medical industry, I could understand him blaming, people in Hollywood and say, okay, this is what Hollywood did to me. Well, that's your circle. But now you take your anger and blame and go point at the medical industry and say, okay, ivermectin's a treatment for cancer. Well, no, it's not. What do you know about treatments for cancer? I could quiz you for 5 minutes about basic science like cell theory, cell biology, basic like high school, even middle school chemistry, and you would fail because you don't know about this stuff. Any more than I know what 38 millimeter film is. I have no idea how to make a movie or all the intricacies that go into that. I don't know what SAG is or whatever that stuff is. Like, I have no clue. You quiz me on that, I would fail immediately. I couldn't tell you what the Golden Globes are. But that's not my area. I stay in my lane. This is my lane. Medicine is my thing. And anybody who's watched me over the last even 2 years, but even over 20 years knows that like one of the things I do the best is point out fraud in medicine and short sell stocks that have drugs that don't work. And by and large, the drug industry, 80-90% of it is really pretty honest, trying to make a great drug. The other 20% isn't fraud. It's just companies that they kind of should know better than to try to develop a drug that doesn't work. But in terms of drugs that get FDA approved, those are 99.9% kind of good to go. And again, I call them out when I see them. Like there was a drug called lorcaserin, which was a drug from Arena Pharma that was acquired by Pfizer. And I had a private meeting with the FDA where I urged them to not approve this drug. This is a weight loss drug. It was a 5-HT2A antagonist, or it was 2C antagonist. And so the 2B antagonist was known as fen-phen, which you guys may remember, the fenfluramine part of fen-phen, not the phentermine part. So fenfluramine was a 5-HT2B antagonist, which was had caused cardiovascular problems because that enzyme's expressed, or that channel is expressed in cardiovascular tissue. And so I came up with all this information about 5-HT2B or 2C antagonist lorcaserin. It only resulted in 2% weight loss above placebo, which is basically nothing. And I said, it's not worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze here. This is a new molecule. It's really dangerous. Should not be FDA approved. They approved it anyway. And 5 years later, the manufacturer took the drug off the market and the FDA demanded that they do that. So the point is, like, I have no vested interest against any of these companies. I love making money by short selling them and taking them to task, whether it's at FDA or in the public or whatever. It's just sad to me that, people will throw away their brain because they hate something or they hate authority or they hate big pharma, but they'll also take those medicines when they need them. It's.
I had a quick question, actually. I don't want to sidetrack too much. What is your opinion on exenatide? Because that was also like GLP-1 agonist, but obviously not nearly the.
That was the first. It was the first GLP. I remember when I was 17, and I read about it. It was a Gila monster venom molecule through mass spec, they found that the Gila monster, which is this weird little lizard, runs around and spits its venom, and it's got GLP in the venom. And we, basically this company called Amylin, which they named their company after another gut hormone called amylin. Amylin Pharmaceuticals synthesized it. They called it exenatide, and they got it approved for diabetes. And that was the start of the GLP phenomenon. That was approved by the FDA in 2005. I remember very distinctly because I was shorting it because I didn't think people would use the drug very often. It wasn't. You were right. Well, I was wrong and I was right in some ways because it was a daily injection. It was actually a twice daily injection. It was terrible. And then eventually they made a long-acting version, and then Eli Lilly made a super long-acting version called Trulicity that sold really well. And then Ozempic and Mounjaro came out. And the third generation GLPs were incredible drugs that millions of people are taking, and has been a renaissance for pharma. So again, if you can't color pharma with one brush. There's obviously companies that aren't that great, like Purdue, that don't really do research, and there's companies like Lilly that do a really great job. And so, I don't know. To me, this whole thing is so stupid. But I just wanted to address it real quick. I got to run. Thanks so much, guys, for joining. If there's somebody that from the pro-ivermectin camp that wants to have like a debate, I certainly could understand why you wouldn't want to do that, but I'd be certainly as friendly as possible and very open-minded. But it's just totally irresponsible in my opinion. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys. All right, guys. We'll see you a little later, hopefully as soon as possible, because I think Friday will continue to be an exciting trading day here. See you soon. Make sure I have everything. BRB. right. Two fillings. Beautiful new smile. Yeah, nothing's really changed, except my face is a little numb. I saw IonQ was dipping, and it kind of came back. Very much outperforming Rigetti. But whatever. Let's go back to drugs. Let's get back to these drugs. I will look at any stock for you guys. I just wish I had 10 of me in 24 hours. I might hire an analyst just to do these stocks with you guys. A little lackey. Just to grind all day. No nitrous this time. So that would be a New York City-based position. So that would be a true financial analyst job, not a programmer. Not a programmer, but like a TradFi analyst role. Be very unforgiving and thankless job, but you will learn how to invest. You will learn from the best. You will almost certainly get a top hedge fund job from working with me for a year or two. Let me see here. We're going to hit you with this new form of nitrous we call galaxy gas.
Ain't this what they've been waiting for? You ready? I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she tryna bless me like I said I do. Like a nigga sneeze, nigga please for them trick and squeeze, I'm getting cream. Never let them hoes get in between of what we started. Little nigga, but I'm lying hearted. They love me when I was stuck and they hated when I departed. I go and get it regardless. Draw like I'm an artist, no crawling. Went straight to walking with foreigns in my garages are foreign bitches menaging. Fucking sucking and swallowing anything for $1. They tell me get him, I got him. I did it without an album. I did shit with Mariah. Little nigga, I'm on fire. Icy as a hockey ring, Philly nigga, I'm flyer. When I bought the Rolls Royce, they thought it was lease. Then I bought that new Ferrari, hater, rest in peace. Hater, rest in peace to the parking lot. Phantom so big, can't even fit in the parking spot. You ain't talking about my niggas, then what you talking about? Gangsters move in silence, nigga, and I don't talk a lot. I don't say a word. I don't say a word. Was on my grind and now I got what I deserve. Fuck nigga. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished. When I bought the Aston Martin, y'all thought it was rented. Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Papa on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my T-Rose. Hey, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type of can the men cash, then grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toes. Cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home. Cause my mama need that bill money, my son needs some milk. These niggas try to take my life, they fuck around, get killed. You fuck around, you fuck around, you fuck around, get smoked. Cause these Philly niggas I pull with me don't fuck around, no joke. No, all I know is murder. When it come to me, I got young niggas that's rolling, I got niggas throwing bees. I done did the DOA, I done did the KODs. Every time I'm in that bitch, I get to throwing 30 G's. But now I'm hanging out that drop head, I'm riding down no collar. They let my nigga earn back home, that young nigga be wildin'. We young niggas, we mobbing, like Batman or with Robin. This two-door Maybach with my seat on reclining, I'm like, real nigga, what up? Real nigga, what up? If you ain't about that murder game, then pussy nigga, shut up. If you did me in your ass, I get your pussy ass stuck up. When you touch down in my hood, no, that tour life ain't good. Catch me down in MIA, and that heat game on wood. With that put my life on my feet, like that little engine I could. Boy, I slide down in your block, bike on 12 o'clock. And they be throwing deuces, I'm the same nigga they watch. And I'm the king of my city, cause I'm still calling them shots. And these lanes talking that bullshit, the same niggas that fly. I'm the same nigga from First Street with them that braids that lie. The same nigga that came up and I had to wait for my spot. And these niggas hating on me, hoes waiting on me. Still on that hood shit, my Rolls Royce on E, they gon' remember me. I say remember me. So much money at your free turn to your enemies. And when this beef, I turn my enemies to memories. We them bricks, they go for 40, ain't no 10 the key. Hold up, broke nigga turn rich. Love the game like Mitch. And if I leave, they dumb pretty hoes gon' still suck my dick. It was something about that rollie when it first touched my wrist. Had me feeling like that dope boy when he first touched that brick. I'm gone.
There's another really good song by Meek with Anuel and Fabulous.
I'm on the east side.
Supposed to chill with Fabulous. I don't want to be the next Roaring Kitty. Fuck out of here.
Spanish bitch from uptown, I bought a bus down. Yeah, oh, then I keep Dame Choja to my Spanish loca. In the kitchen, whipping that dope up, you can smell a odor. Plug on picking, we gon' hit it like we Sammy Sosa. Put that Billy to the limit, you can smell a odor. Oh, Spanish bitches call me chulo when I'm pulling up in that two-door.
Rest in peace, DMX.
Since I'm 42 though, and when we get in mode, I'ma dog it like I'm Cujo. Whoa! Heard they tryna steal away, cut it out, spicy mommy's on the way, bust it down, so mama she let away, I flood it out, hey, talk to me nice, show you what they busy about, whoa, pipe down, throwing up shots, first we shut them down, then we open up shop, willing sneak around, just in case y'all forgot, they been tryna stop the way, but the way don't stop. Uptown, nigga, I was down, but they see I'm up now, nigga, head high, cause I'm holding up my crown, nigga. Never told, even through the ups and downs, nigga. And if I do say it's a couple brown, nigga. Only way I double crosses. I just keep spinning, only way to make them nauseous. Demon little mommy like salsa, we get dip. I'm just trying to see you dance, salsa on the dick. Whoa, it went down, she came up, you know. Y'all take shots, y'all aim up, you know. Hate on low, but we fly high, you know. Talk is cheap, free Wi-Fi, whoa. Heard they trying to steal away, cut it out, spicy mommy's on the way, bust it down, so mama she let away, I flood it out, hey, talk to me nice, show you what they busy about, whoa, pipe down, throwing up shots, first we shut them down, then we open
Anuel.
up shop,
Let's go.
just in case y'all forgot, they been trying to stop the way, but the way don't
Hasta el volante, del lado está el cantante que tiene guerra con los narcotraficantes. Y hueputa, tengo 4 rutas y los vendo a 32 como Carmelo en Utah. Lutini, Eche y Versace, voy a morirme millonario los Illuminati. La gropa y las putas en el bote y las nalgas como Jennifer López. Brrr. Y ella rebota ese culo, tío, le mamo ese totito pa' que no me bote. Yo tengo 10 tracotes, tenemos 13 R y mis soldados pa' todos estos bichotes.
Heard they tryna steal away, cut it out, spicy mommy's on the way, bust it down, so mama she let away, I flood it out, hey, talk to me nice, show you what they busy about, whoa, pipe down, throwing up shots, first we shut them down, then we open up shop, willing sneak around, just in case y'all forgot, they been tryna stop the way, but the way don't stop, ho!
It's a good album in general. Came out while I was in prison. I tried buying some Jasper and got rid of it when it didn't immediately provide me with returns. It's not always the best way to approach things, but
See if I can find some IonQ calls for next week. Let's see. What do we think this stock could go below? 27? Yeah, probably could go below 27. Still don't want to pay off for all this vol.
Order filled.
I'm actually buying calls so I can short more common. That's the synthetic put strategy that I do.
Order filled.
Keeps giving me options. I want options that expire next week. Okay, there we go.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Oh, Rigetti, 933. I like that. 300, 500s, 800, 1100. No, it's not a call spread. I'm long the stock and short. I'm long the common and short the stock.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
No, long. When you're long calls, you are bullish. So they're not both bearish. By any means, or ZIR, Z-I-R.
I'm giving out my doorman Christmas tips. Too late.
Order partially
I just
filled.
act like I forgot that I didn't forget.
Order filled. Order partially filled.
It's January 10th. What good is
Order
a Christmas
filled.
bonus on January 10th?
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
It's not so much of protection. That would just, selling calls, I'm sorry, buying calls is protection, that's right. But the whole idea that makes it a synthetic put is that if the stock drops below the call price, you have a free put. As long as you didn't pay for implied vol. Now, if you pay for a little bit of implied vol, it's still a synthetic put. Now, there should be put call parity as well. So it's not that much different than buying out of the money puts. I like it a little better. I don't know why, man.
Some people like to smoke crack. Some people like heroin. I supply it all. Don't matter, man. Type of shit I'm on. Just type of shit I'm on. Oh, what's up, KDR? Be confident you're smart. Very smart lady. Any company would be lucky to have you.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Fucking I tell you, man, this just a broken fucking company, broken stock. Worst pick of my life. Don't know Lockheed, man. Sorry.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
NTLA. I'm gonna regret that to the day I die, that fucking piece of shit. Sorry, I probably shouldn't be so profane. There might be kids watching. Kids, if you're watching, tell your mom to email me.
Order filled.
I have a very important message for your mother. It's urgent. She emailed me immediately.
Order filled.
No, just lidocaine, local lidocaine. I think, honestly,
Order partially
Lord only
filled.
knows how Lays does
Order
business. It seems so scammy. Zero details.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Man, Rigetti's really melting like an ice cube.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yo, my man, why you got on that purse, huh? Hey, this ain't no fucking purse. I'm the big deals. Don't do that. $100 put you on in a bit at, you heard? Get your money up, not your funny up. Big fucking move. Fuck out of here.
What the fuck is this?
Yo, my man, why you got on that purse, huh? Hey, this ain't no fucking purse. I'm the big deals. Don't do that. $100 put you on in a bit at, you heard? Get your money up, not your funny up. Big fucking move. Fuck out of here. Get your money up, not your funny up.
What is that noise? Sounds like a bird.
Not your funny up. Big,
like a sound effect.
Get your money up, not your funny up. Big fucking move. Fuck out of here. Yo, my man, why you got on that purse, huh? Hey, this ain't no fucking purse. I'm the big deals. Don't do that. $100 put you on in a bit at, you heard? Get your money up, not your funny up.
Order filled.
Big fucking move. Fuck out of here.
That looks like Brooklyn too.
My face is like numb.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Rigetti, rigetti.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, I think I'm ready for expiry. Wow, look at Rigetti. Keeps dropping. I like to see that.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Rigetti's definitely blown through 9 in a couple seconds. Rigetti. Rigetti spaghetti.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I sold all my Santa. Shitty trade.
Order filled.
360. Wow. What a piece of dog shit. Yeah, we're getting an 8 handle on Rigetti real quick. Don't worry about that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Shit is getting spooky.
Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
No, Tim, I'm not racist. We need a better name for
Order
Goodell
filled.
anyway, so if you have a good name for Goodell, you're more than welcome to submit it, and I'll even
Order
pay you.
partially filled.
I'll pay you if we use it.
Order filled.
Goodell's kind of a crappy name.
Order partially filled.
I mean, I like it.
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
But all our investors say it's a bad name.
Order filled.
Roger Goodell.
Order partially filled.
Damn.
Order filled.
This shit getting spooky. You see this shit? Open BB.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Let me name it after my competitor. Durr. Why call it Perplexity when you could have called it Zoogle? We should call it something related to quantum. That would be hilarious. Mike. We call it Michael. Why do we call it Michael? Don't worry about it. Asava.
Well, we announced we raised a $2 million pre-seed, and we're raising a $5 to $10 million seed as we speak. I'm not doing any investor calls, but we're still raising it. Man, I hate investors. I go on investor call and I'm like, "You're a bitch," and they're like, "Oh, what?" Mr. Scrolly, we'd like to consider a large investment in your company. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Excuse me? Yeah. Fuck you. Lick my ball sack. How about that? You don't know me. I want to talk to the boss. You're not the fucking boss. I think all around best brokers probably Interactive Brokers, but you should have a diversified pool of brokers to choose from. I mean, if you're only dealing with one broker, consider dividing your money, split it into two, start dealing with two. I did respond. I said, if you don't pay your bill, I can't help you, man. We treat that as a cancellation. You can't come to us 2 months later and say you didn't mean to do it. You gotta make sure your bill is paid every month. We'll try to create some kind of system where maybe we alert you or something like that, send you some messages, but I don't know. Can't do much for you. Sugar kitty. Everyone else found a way to keep their subscription, so you know, we can't. There's no annual. September was 3 months ago, man. What I support my staff fully. If they say, you know, we consider your subscription canceled, then it's canceled. I mean, I'm okay with that, but I think you also rub my guys the wrong way. We got a lot of subscribers now. And we don't really have a policy that lets you true up and then resume, because that's not really fair to us. You know what I mean? Our bills we got to pay our bills on time. So you want to pay your bill late and then get the preferential treatment. It's not really fair to us. You know, when we don't pay our bills, our service providers get on our ass. NASDAQ gets on our ass. New York Stock Exchange gets on our ass. They say, you're out. You're done. So then just pay the higher price. It's only $20 difference, man. Next time, make sure your credit card doesn't fuck you around. Yeah, it's a good idea, Alex. We haven't really explained that as clearly. I gotta be honest with you, man. The boys are roasting you in our corporate chat. They're roasting your ass. They roasting you, bro. Plus, I mean, you're just losing your special discount. You can still pay the normal price. Nobody's stopping you from using it. You just want the extra special price. But to keep the extra special price, you have to not cancel. And you canceled. What do you want me to say? You haven't been paying us for months. Months.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Ion Q. Become Prime Minister of Albania. Sell Albania to Trump. Well, it's just not the data. It's not just the data. It's all kinds of other things. Well, you don't have an API, but we're trying to make an API too. Real bad, man. Yeah, I think Bloomberg. I forgot if Bloomberg. I think they do charge monthly, but I don't remember. They might ask for it all up front. I forget. Yeah, maybe we'll kill the referral program. It's too juicy for. Maybe lower the rate or something. I don't know.
Order filled.
It's 20 something hundred per month, like 2,500 a month, but you have to sign up for 2 years. They don't let you do like month by month. And they will refer to collections if they don't. If you don't get it, they refer it to collections. No API yet, Robert, but we'll probably do one at some point.
Order filled.
Am I employed? Well, you could say that. I mean, ideally, it's somebody that really knows the markets, really knows value investing, knows how to make models, likes to work hard, super smart, can demonstrate how smart they are, very well spoken,
good instincts. They've traded themselves a bit. I don't know what makes a really great research analyst. Attention to detail, willingness to dig deep, but most especially, they have no life outside of work.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Oh, 5 minutes left to expiry. Wow. The aftermarket moves are going to be crazy because of the options. What you doing, kitty? Bam, look at Rigetti drop.
Order filled.
Yeah, I think you're right, Darren. I think you're right. Couple of bad quarters of earnings, and people will say, why do I own these stocks? It's hard to make noise forever. The half-life of noise is one thing to pay really close attention to. Noise is something that has a normal decay. It's hard to say, CL55, you never know. It depends on a lot of things like the rest of the market, for example. Exogenous things you can't control for, like what will happen, well, you know. We didn't think, I mean, where would we be if Jensen Huang didn't come out and do what he did, right? Just don't know. Just flat out don't know. Right, Jono, right. You just never
Order
know.
cancelled.
Okay, it's over. It's over. Let's see what happens after the market closes, just because with all this option expiry, the gamma tards have to rebalance a little. Shush, kitty. Shush. I'm about to jump on Rust very soon, but I don't like streaming Rust. You like Sam Hyde. Everything looks pretty calm. very nice week. Hope you made money with me. Biggest weekly percentage loss in months for the NASDAQ. Yeah, we'll get another nice drop in IonQ. Make some more money. We gotta find some longs too. Yeah, weeks of pain. Whew. Shit almost wiped me out. Jensen to the rescue. Everything looks pretty calm. All right, well, if you guys need me, I'll be on Discord, discord.gg/Martin Shkreli. Sign up for Goodell. If you like these streams, keep them going. Thank you so much, guys. I love you very much. Have a great weekend. Adios.